1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4. Hello. VK 3ER testing. 1 2 1 2 1. One two one two. One two test 1 2 test 1 2 test 1 2. Andrew, tell someone who cares. I was in a hurry. Sorry. Hello? Two one two 1 2. There we go. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yep, that's not too bad. Yeah, it's got something in it.
Hello, 1 2 1 2. Hello, 1 2. Hello, 1 2. Hello, 1 2.
One two 1 2. Yes, you do. One, two, one, two. Lucky 13. One, two, one, two, one, two. One, two, one, two. Arlo. That'll do. One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. One, two. One, two. Doing something? Right.
I should be talking to. Oh, I am. Yeah.
Here we go.
I'm through there somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3. Whoa, bit of feedback there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bobby Duckworth. Alpha India Charlie.
That's not quite true. It's always instigating chaos.
That's true.
You know the problem is with the feedback? That's an omnidirectional mic. It's looking every bloody way. Is that the antenna you made the other day, or
Oh, that's
the Yagi, the Loop Yagi?
no. That's
In situ.
in situ. Yeah.
What's the measured gain on it?
That one's probably 15.
Enough.
15.
Right,
Yeah.
about 15.
Yeah.
This is pure hearsay.
Between 10 and 15. More than 10.
What's the other half of this?
In my garage. Yeah, that was up in Mount Daniel for a while. Okay, I think we're good. Let's go back. Go there. Oh, no, don't do that. No. That's all right. A modern,
Sit over here with Rob and keep out of trouble.
a modern TV set to start with. You can go to sleep, Rob. You've seen it all before until I kick you.
Absolutely, I'll be your prompt.
See, Andrew's quite happy at the
One,
moment.
two, one, two, one, two.
And that's really good.
Arlo, one, two, one, two.
Yeah. I gave him plug and play and it's working.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's wrapped in a little audio card.
Oh, he did the broadcast.
Eh?
He did the broadcast on Wednesday.
Exactly, he's big and shit.
Could have had a better subject on the TV, other than his dial all the time.
I've got to get my antenna up, see if I can get a bit more pressure on. I've only got a bloody 2 dB phase margin at the moment.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
One of Minikit's preamps is knocking him.
It's called antenna height. It's looking through a bloody steel roof a couple of doors up. I'll get it up higher first. get a bit more trade marching up, I'll be able to borrow Tony's transmitter, which he can't get in to the other side of the hill.
Oh, you know, Tony would be hopeless, yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell him it's going on a permanent loan.
But you don't have an antenna.
1212. 1 2 1 2.
Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing. Can I put them on at the same time? 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Could 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Like down here. 1 2. About there. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4 5. Testing 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3. Is this going out over the air? Oh, it is. Excellent. So we're just having our photo taken here, ladies and gentlemen. We feel like celebrities at the moment.
Thank you very much.
Any more photos? Any more photos? Photos now.
$1 a photo.
Dollar a photo.
QRZ.
So we're just getting everything. Hang on, more photos over here.
Oh, more photos.
Yeah, we're... And over here, yep.
Oh,
Okay,
right.
that's it. Okay, no more photos. I'm sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this broadcast at the moment, we should be starting on time. I expect at about 8 o'clock this evening. We have everything set up. We hope that we've got sound happening here. And we're fairly confident that everything should go according to plan. Oh, here I am. Yeah. So I'm Ralph, VK3LL, and in a moment we'll have the formalities, the normal sort of introduction to the meeting this evening. Then, of course, we'll be crossing direct to Peter Cozzens, VK3BFG. When I say we'll be crossing to him, he's actually just sort of over there, about 10 paces. Oh, there he is. He's over that way. And, oh, there we go. So you'll all be able to learn some of the secrets of amateur television. Now, we do know that there are a number of stations around Australia taking the broadcast. There's Marshall. Hello, Marshall. A number of stations are taking this broadcast this evening, and we thank all the relay stations that are taking the transmission. We hope that it comes through okay. We think it will. And if you're not watching it, there is a YouTube stream which provides a reasonable sort of quality. It's not HD, but then again, neither is the amateur TV repeater we're coming through. So all the signals that you're seeing are actually coming off the repeater here in Melbourne. And we're located about, 20 k's east of the city. And our signal goes from here maybe another 10k or so via the 23 centimetre uplink. We're running the normal DATV system that the club has installed here. So it's what's it called again? I've forgotten the name of it. The DATV system.
DATV Express.
No, we're not running that. What are we running?
SR Systems.
Oh, that's right. SR Systems. Yes. Excellent product. Excellent product. And that's coming up to the Mount Dandenong repeater. There's Clint over there. He's got a DATV system. He's got an SR Systems as well. So is Damien down here. In fact, I've got one as well. And yet we've all got one. Except Jack's got one. Except I just forgot what they were called. So there we go. We'll now I think I've said enough into this microphone, so I'm going to change over to this microphone now. There we go. There we go. I'm now testing.
We can have stereo.
Yes. We're only in mono on the YouTube.
No, but we
feed.
have two microphones.
So we're now testing the other microphone out. Hopefully you can all hear this okay as well. The club is. Let's see if we can get a little bit of history of the club from someone. That may be a bit difficult because it's such an active club. Everyone's sort of talking to each other at the moment. Leighton here's just, wants to take a photo of us, so would you excuse me just a moment? Anyone else for photos?
Photos, anyone?
So is this microphone working okay?
Yes, this
Yep.
one's working. Yep.
So we're all good.
And-
All right, I think that's enough
Excellent.
audio test here. I'll put the
Okay.
mic down and we'll be ready. Unfortunately, we've got no way of really knowing whether you're watching this picture or not. So if you are, ring us now.
Ring us on the hotline.
Ring us. What's your mobile number?
My 04.
If you are watching, you can. What can we do? We've got no feedback mechanism, have we? Oh, someone can see us? Get out of town. Really? What's his name? Marco? Marco? Hello, Marco. Glad you're watching at work tonight. And whereabouts is Marco? Where's he? Where? In Collingwood. Marco in Collingwood. Thank you very much for watching. That's fantastic. We're going to send a big cheerio to you every half hour. And,
I feel like it's a telethon.
it's a telethon. Don't forget, vote many times.
And you
Send
can
your
make
money,
your donation
Make donations. That's
direct
right.
to my account.
Now, it does come up there and says that we're listing 147.4. I'm here to tell you we're not actually listing on 147.4 because we're all upstairs in the studio here. Hello, Leno. I'm just sort of keeping
g'day,
everyone
Leno.
entertained. I'm just ad-libbing. So those of you that are calling in on 2 metres, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to hear you at the moment. So, but thanks for trying nonetheless. Just to prove that this is a live transmission, I will tell you that it's Friday night. The time is now 10 to 8 on the 15th of July. And what's your mobile number again? Where's Jack? Hey, Jack, what's your mobile number?
Jack, what's your mobile number?
Jack, what's your mobile phone number?
We want to broadcast it.
Sorry? 0408 037065. That's the number. Send your donations now.
Send your
0408. Give me again. 037065. So if you are watching this and you can see it, that's Jack Triple W. You would know him from the ARDF world. Jack is the WIA Region 3, I think it is. Region 3 or Region 2? Region 3
Region 3
coordinator for ARDF. And someone's ringing him.
Oh, excellent. We've got, the calls
well.
are coming in, and
What's that?
all donations are gratefully accepted.
What's that? You're donating $1,000? Thank you.
Don't fill the mics up with spit until they're paid for.
Okay. They're nice microphones. So, all right, well, obviously we're getting some feedback from someone who's dialing in and going to give us a little bit of information. Let's just show you the setup we've got here. I'll just turn the camera around here. So let's just go around here. Yes, Jack. Oh, good on you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. So this is the setup we've got here. So we're not running all the monitors at the moment, but essentially we can watch the monitors, watch the inputs on the cameras over here. That little one at the top shows us our output signal. Over there's the preview. The last one is the preview for the monitor. Damien is down here. He's sitting in front of the Vision mixer, the Vision facilities. He's got a TV there so he can monitor the downlink, and he's got an empty cup of coffee there in front of him as well. So that's the setup here. quite a few people here at the moment. There's the kitchen there, everyone helping themselves to some tea and coffee. Leighton and Bob looking over Damien's shoulder. Jack Triple Whiskey over there. Mike AVV, author of the famous VKCL, VK Contest Logger. And he passed Damien and myself some very exciting news this evening. There's, or behind that, there's Marshall there with the jacket. And and we've just heard that our relay stations in Queensland and New South Wales, VK2 and VK4, are watching as well. And thank you for calling into tonight's telethon. And so we've got a few people standing here. They'll be taking their seats shortly. In the distance over there behind Roger Baker there in the middle. Say hello, Roger. And Lino, VK3I over there. And we'll come around a bit. Oh, I have to tilt up a little bit. And everyone's around here watching the antics that amateur television has to offer. So Peter Cozzens is here somewhere. There he is. He's in amongst that little crowd there. Port Pirie. Port Pirie. Well, welcome Port Pirie, and that's great that you're tuning in. My son has been over that way for the last couple of months in just across the water in Kiltana, doing a bit of an exercise. So you may have seen some of the I don't know what they're called, FA-18s flying over, and bombs and tanks and all the other military paraphernalia in the area. Jack's camera, which I'm using at the moment, is just a little bit skew-if here. It's not quite straight. I have a message here to read out. Am I going to read this out? Is mounted on the... No, sorry, the bottom one. Is anyone in the group at the club tonight who can say g'day to VK3MQ for me? Yes. Yes, I can. Yes, I think there is. I'll check. Is there anyone in the group at the club tonight who can say g'day to VK3MQ for me, please? Just 1 second. We'll check. Andrew, we will say hello to VK3MQ. I'm trying to think of his name. Someone will help me here. MQ. Well, MQ. Name? Is it MQ? Is MQ. MQ's MQ. Jack knows everyone. MQ.
Triple
Peter?
Whiskey knows
We think it's Peter. There is not an amateur in Australia that Jack Triple Whiskey doesn't know.
Doesn't know.
Years ago. That's okay. That's okay. We've got...
Well, very good evening to VK3MQ, and thanks for tuning in, and hope you're watching our broadcast as well. G'day, Andrew. Andrew is there. Good pictures from his analogue system the other night, I saw. Patrick on YouTube. Good on you, Patrick. About there. Sorry, I'm talking too loud.
Ralph has a
Mike from
loud
Narrabeen
voice.
South. Excellent. Do we know Mike? Oh, 3XL. Yes. Absolutely.
We know everyone.
XJP reports not very good picture
Not very good picture.
in England.
In England. G3
XJP.
XJP. Our first international viewer.
There's no ducting.
On BATC. If you're watching on BATC, it's a little flaky, and we do recommend that you switch to the YouTube stream, and you can find that on the VK3ER website. So the website is VK3ER. I'll just check that, Andrew. what's the website again for the EMDRC? emdrc.com.au. So www.emdrc, Eastern and Mountain District Radio Club, emdrc.com.au. And on the main page on the website there, you'll find a link, and you'll be able to watch a higher quality stream, which is coming down off the repeater, picked up at my house, and then streamed via a fairly low speed, but it's a bit higher quality than the BATC, I think you'll find. All right, well, that's enough for me. I think I've kept everyone waiting long enough. It's now 7:59. That means we've got 1 minute to go. So I'll just go over to where my camera is, and I'll put the microphone back to Damien.
Okay. You're going... can you just point that out to the audience? And we will commence proceedings shortly. We've had some input, excellent pictures, and only one complaint. Well, you can't please everyone. We try to do our best.
Yes.
About that far. About that far.
About there.
About there.
Sorry, folks, we're just testing the mic.
Are you right to start? Last call for raffle tickets. Go up the front. Is that all right? 2 thumbs up. Bad face for radio, let alone video. Don't like this video caper. I'm going to keep walking to make it hard for Ralph. Good evening. Comical photos. I always bring a comical photo. There we go. As your Kenwood for you. I should welcome, good evening, welcome to EMDRC. Broadcast around the world in how many languages, Ralph? Many languages. Don't like this caper. There we go. EMDC Club Room meeting from Burwood, the club room, CK3ER. And we've got a big audience tonight, so we should get a panning shot of the audience. No. So we go through the normal business duty, so bear with us and then you'll get onto the presentation. This is just the formal club stuff. Any apologies tonight? Anyone on the sick list that we know of? And visitors. Any visitors tonight? BMQ? There's a number of visitors here tonight. I don't know if you're a visitor. Really? No, you never leave. Okay. We've got an Next Foundation course. We've locked in some dates, 17th and 18th of September. I think Damien came to the realisation that Carlton weren't going to be in the finals, so he doesn't have to worry. A couple of weeks before the grand final, so football's over. If you know anybody who'd like to do a foundation course, 17th or 18th of September. Standard advanced course is now underway on the club room Saturday afternoons, and how is it going? So far, so good. The exams are due for mid-August, late August at this stage. Yeah. So there are some exams coming up. So if people have self-studied and maybe want to do an exam, that will be towards the end of August. So let the club know. Learning at EMDRC or Damien, if you know Damien. Some recent issues with REC have been resolved. We had some problems a couple of weeks ago. The power's been going on and off, and some power-related problems locking up the controller. As it says, there's somebody who was also making life difficult. Just ignore them. If you react, they just keep going. RSE still broken, and there's an access issue there, so they're working on getting that fixed. RD contest in not very far away. So we'll run a club station here for the RD contest in mid-August, and it's also not coinciding with the Lighthouse weekend this year, which is the week after. So we'll run downstairs, we'll have the amp and the beam going, so we'll try and make a night of it for the Saturday night at least. Now, we had an email today from Howard asking, does anyone have experience with a USB host shield on an Arduino? It runs a storage device typically from out of the box, but it needs you have to plug in a daughter board to get it to become a USB host device, and he's hit a wall. So he's looking for somebody who may have some expertise who can possibly give him a hand. So if you are an Arduino expert, let Howard know. Soda Survivors dinner, the VK3 Soda group, there's 20 or 30 of us who regularly sort of meet for dinner or irregularly meet for dinner. Tuesday night at the Matthew Flinders Tavern, which is opposite Holmes Glen TAFE, if anybody's interested in soda curious, I guess. My text got chopped. The next RSE users dinner is Friday the 29th. We run those on the 5th Friday of every month at the Mountain View Hotel. So that's coming up, and I'm sure, they usually put out a hat for a couple of dollars to help keep RSE going. Construction Saturdays, we're trying to make our club room Saturday, the third Saturday, which is tomorrow morning, a little bit more construction friendly. Messy. So, the electronics bench, the soldering stations, the bits and pieces will be fired up. Get people to bring along some gear and actually tinker. So that's tomorrow morning from 10. Our friends at Gippsland Gate have their Hamfest tomorrow, 10 a.m. in Cranbourne. Tickets are $6, but that's tomorrow also. Tomorrow night, Saturday night from 6 o'clock, the Trans-Tasman Low Band contest is on. The club will fire up the radios. We've got the new 160 metre vertical to try. And this year they've added 40 metres, so we'll, not serious, we'll connect up the antennas, we'll play radio, we'll get some pizza. Everybody's welcome to come along and attend. The heaters are on downstairs, or will be, and it's nice and cosy. And, if you want to come and understand how to work a contest, learn how to use VK Contest Logger, play radio with the amplifier. If you're a foundation, come along and play on the contest tomorrow night. If you're into D-Star, there's a QSO party coming up in September. You talk to other D-Star users and send it off to ICOM and, I don't know, D-Star. Whitehorse Spring Festival in October. Jack is coordinating. We still haven't heard if we've got our place, but I'm sure we'll be right. I don't think it'll be a problem. This year the theme is pirates. So Whitehorse Council is our local council. They give us a discount on our room. They have the Spring Festival. We have a marquee there and do some promotion of radio. So it's a bit of an event for the club, a bit of promotion, a bit of ham radio outreach in the community. Jack's looking for some people to come along. Not all day, just come along and stand on the marquee for an hour or so and give a hand. Microwave test night. Now, subject to the Springfield Day contest dates. But the plan is our third Friday in November. Last year we had a microwave night, we had a barbecue, it was a good night, people set up radios, and we plan to do the same thing this year. So tentatively the 18th, but it all depends on when the spring field day UHF EHF contest is. If it's that weekend, there won't be a microwave night. We'll shuffle it around, and the dates haven't been publicised. But getting in early, because we've got an international audience, got to get in early. 50th, Club's 50th is coming up. I keep talking about it every month. Just a reminder, 24th of February, 50 years to the day, and we're organising a venue for the dinner Friday night. So that those plans are happening in the background, and when we know more, we'll share it. But just mark that in your calendar. Go, I was too quick. Our Hamfest, if you save your money from Gippsland and come to ours, Sunday the 26th of March, Great Rowary Primary School. Like I said, we've got an international audience, got to spread the message. Best Hamfest in the Southern Hemisphere. Club 9-metre masts. The club manufactures some aluminium telescoping masts. We have 5, I think, in the store at the moment. You buy them on the club's website, on the web shop. You pay for them on PayPal, with your Visa card via PayPal as a payment gateway, and you come and collect them. So 9-metre masts, go and have a look at the club website if you'd like to order some. And they may or may not look like the photo. We also have our power pole breakout kits, $50 for the public, again on the website. We machine up the boxes. Some other clubs send you a box and you have to get the hacksaw out. We machine up the boxes ourselves. So there are top kits, says the designer who's driving the camera. Also have the hands-free kits. They also come with a box, and again on the club website, or email the club if you'd like some interest. If you're interested in them, they're a short form kit. They come with the bits that you can't you have without the kit, and the other bits are easily obtainable from Ultronics or Jaycar or your favourite electronics wares provider. There's our web shop on the website. Our club nets. And our gatherings, so Saturday at these club rooms after a Friday night meeting. We have our meetings the first and the third Friday of every month from 10 until midday-ish. Every Thursday morning, and the Thursday group just keeps growing and growing. 10 a.m. until the last person goes home, and our club repeater net Sunday, Wednesday, and the D-Star net on Thursday evenings. Now, upcoming speakers. The 5th, the main meeting is at our Willis Rooms at the Whitehorse Council building, and that is from the Melbourne University CubeSat team. So Melbourne University have recently created a space group inside their engineering department, and as a bit of a education piece for their electronic and communications engineering students, they're building a CubeSat, and they're trying to get Australia back into space. They were also, some of the people who were part of organising that group launched the original, I'm going to get it wrong, Oscar 5. So some of the people, some of the professors, some of the academics who helped recreate this were part of the original team that did that back in the late 70s, early 80s. I think it built it in the late 70s, early 70s. We can't send that one to video, but if you're interested in learning a little bit more about space and modern space and Pico satellites, come along to our Willis Room meeting. August 19th, the VK9 NT guys will talk about their de-expedition and some other goings on at Norfolk Island. There was something that happened there. I don't know what it was. And then in September at the Willis Room, one of our recently relocated club members from Queensland is going to talk about some de-expeditions or some IOTA expeditions, some islands, Moreton Island and Fraser Island. So that's coming up at the club. Now, are we going to pass over to Peter, or that's all of my presentation? So thank you, and I'll pass over to Peter, and we can start the
Right. Yeah, I'm on. I can hear me there. Right. Okay. Yeah, I might have to reboot. Is the problem? Yeah. Oh, I got that in the mind. Yes, yeah, we'll have to restart.
Oh, you just rebooted it.
Yes, yeah. Sorry about this, folks, but our president unplugged me, and I think I'll need to reboot. While we're doing that, I have a number of friends in the audience, probably everyone actually, but in particular I've got Neil Muscat down here, who's a visitor from the western suburbs, 3BCU, and Neil has donated a set-top box that's tuned to RTV, so somebody can just plug it in, and if somebody's on the air, they'll be able to receive what's going on. And I was searching actually an idea of who might we give that to, and I thought that I would give it to Emma. So Emma, you have a set-top box. Already tuned to 3RTV, so you'll be able to plug it in and watch us all. It's riveting stuff. And I hope we're... Okay, we're back up. Okay, we're just about ready to roll. I put that one up. I'm using a very ancient laptop, actually, well, by standards anyway, and there is a reason for that because the laptop's got some software on it that I need to run. But, it's a faithful old HP, so it looks good. So I thought I'd start with what the latest technology is, and there it is up there. And that's about where we started. Probably in about 1930, somewhere along the line, and they were watching TV in England and also in the US, and the screens were about that by about that, and they were probably watching something like Moving Mud by our standards. So that's where we started. Okay, just a few credits. We've got some friends interstate who are picking up the YouTube stream and then relaying that to their relative repeaters. So we have Chris up in Sydney there. He's relaying to the Sydney ATV repeater. Victor up in Gosford is relaying to that ATV repeater. So we've got 2 New South Wales ATV repeaters running there. We've got Ross 3CE relaying also in Bendigo. And we've got Richard for our XRL up in Brisbane. And he's relaying all around Brisbane, or up to the repeater, and it's obviously transmitting all around Brisbane. And then we've got David over in Port Pirie. He's doing the same thing. He's picking up the YouTube stream and then relaying it to the Port Pirie repeater. And finally, we've got Tony down in the north coast of Tasmania. He's doing a similar sort of activity and also streaming for us as well. We've got the BATC stream that some of you know about. We've got Ralph's YouTube stream, and we've got all of those repeaters around Australia. So we've got a fairly national hookup, and I'd like to thank those guys for their cooperation. And I'd also like to thank my very good friends, Damien and Jack and Ralph. A lot of work has been done behind the scenes here to get us to where we are now. So thank you guys, fantastic. We're going to do some practical demonstrations later, and we're going to sort of concentrate on what's called the DATV Express. I'll give you an overview of some other things, but the DATV Express is a board that's available ex-US, and it's extremely versatile and also relatively cheap. So I'm going to present at the end the cheapest option to get onto digital ATV. And we'll have a look at some compression on a so-called linear amplifier. We use the word linear rather in a relaxed way when amateurs, but when it comes to digital TV, we're going to find that much more stringent is the requirements for linearity, and we're going to show that on Spectrum Analyzer, which we've got here, courtesy of Rob, 3MQ. That's his analyzer right there. And we're also going to have a look at the little Pipo, which is a little mini PC, which we can use to drive the DATV Express. And we're also going to look at the Mini Tuner, which is a kit that you build up, and it runs with some very clever software from a guy in France, and in fact it analyses the digital signal. So we'll be able to see that. We're not going to transmit too far. In fact, we're going to transmit from about there to about there, but it'll do, because we'll be able to see all of the things that we need to measure when it comes to digital television if you really want to. Okay. That's about where we started in the 1930s, and there was some people experimenting with ATV back then, a long time ago, pre-war. And then, of course, we had the war in between, and then we jumped to the 50s, and there were some guys there, just a few. Now, you think of 1950, that was well before we had TV in Australia, and they were experimenting with TV. But it really wasn't until about the 70s when a lot of ATV activity became possible, really, because of the technology that was available. So that's really where ATV started. And around about 2010, that's when we went digital. And the guys up in Brisbane actually were the first to go digital. You have to recognise them as being the first by 2 or 3 years at least. That was from Richard, 4 X-Ray Romeo Lima. He drove all of that, and the Brisbane TV repeater was the first to go digital. But we were the second down here in Melbourne, and in fact, quite proud that we beat Channel 31 to that. So we went digital before Channel 31 did. That's me back a long time ago, and that was at the Willis Room. And we did a live ATV demonstration. So what comes around goes around. Looking at me, well, the hair's a bit different, and I'm a bit thinner, and my name is Cousins. Everyone calls me Cousins, or some people do. So there we are. But that was at the Willis Room, and we did a live ATV broadcast from there back then, 1981. Just some historical stuff. That's where we started with valves, and you can see there we had some equipment. That left-hand shot is actually a shot from 3ZPA's old ham shack in Sunbury. His call sign now is 3RV, Peter Wolverton. And to some extent, we sort of had a more radio look there. If you walk into a modern shack, you've got this tiny little thing, perhaps, that's in the corner, or if you're like Lino, you've got everything. Sort of. But yeah, certainly we had lots and lots of stuff that looked all that very techy back then. And some of you, of course, will remember all of that, that's for sure. I can remember getting on TV with that tube, the QQEO 320, and I actually tuned it up with a P lamp. That's all I had for an RF meter. But no idea what power we got out, but the P lamp went up, and I guess we got there. Probably a couple of watts only. Yeah. That's really where things started to kick as far as ATV. Ian McKenzie published a very easy to build converter that some of you will remember very well, and I've still got one or two of those around. You actually made them out of little bits of welding rod. That was the inductor, etc. And it was a very practical way, and that's how I first started looking at ATV, with one of those. So I started in just a little bit after January 72. To give you an idea of the sort of pickies we were flying around the place, and we thought they were good. That's Sun. If we got the call sign through, we'd be absolutely delighted, really. And colour, well, no, that was well before colour. So that was about the limit of what we were doing. And back then there was only about 3 or 4 of us on TV. Most of them were over in the western suburbs, and I was over in the eastern suburbs. So I had to pedal a whole lot harder. Things have changed. Let's have a look at what happened at the digital switch. I took a shot, and that's before the digital switch on commercial TV. And on the left is the digital transmission from that station in DVB-T, which stands for terrestrial. And on the right is the old analogue. So we've got a digital channel there, we've got an analogue channel also. And with the analogue channel, you could clearly see the vision carrier. It was amplitude modulated, and you could see the 2 audio carriers there. I'm getting a bit of feedback there, guys, on the audio. You could see the 2 FM stereo carriers there. You can see everything. In the digital, all you can see is a gaggle of stuff. There are so many signals there in both cases, actually, that the spectrum analyzer can't resolve them. That's why you see just that sort of shape. And it looked like Bart's head, so everyone called it Bart's head for the digital. Okay, there's the 3 different digital standards. The DVB-T standard is what has been adopted in Australia and in Europe and a fair amount of the world, but not America. They, for some reason or other, decided they were going to have their own standard and went ahead with that. But the DVB-T standard, like PAL, was probably the best one to have, but anyway, that's another story. DVB-S is the satellite standard. So all the transmissions to and from satellites are on DVB-S. DVB-T is pretty good for multipath, where you've got signals coming in from all sorts of directions, and it sorts those out pretty well. That's what DVB-T does. So that's why it's the terrestrial standard. And S is not as good as that. It's really point-to-point stuff for S. And C is the cable standard. In Australia, on 23 centimetres, there's our channel allocation on 23 centimetres. We've got 2 ATV channels, nominally. And back in the analogue days, we would fill up that channel completely. That's 18 megahertz, one channel, bang. We can now probably fit more. We've got 2 digital channels in that 18 megs now, but really we could fit more because digital is much more mean when it comes to bandwidth, so we can fit more in. So we've actually got one analogue channel, if you like, on the top one, and we've got one analogue channel there on the bottom, and we've divided those up nominally into 2 digital each. So there's four digital available. Now that's just a recommendation. There's other states do other things, and other people do other things, but that's the Wireless Institute of Australia sort of recommendation for the band plan. And up on the higher frequencies, it's pretty much the same, exactly the same sort of scenario. On 70 centimetres, unfortunately, as we all know, we lost a whole lot of that. We lost that bottom section, so we've only got one channel left. And pretty much in Australia, that's used for digital repeaters. Certainly in the capital cities, that's the case. That's not to say that people can't transmit on 70 centimetres if they want to, but there's zero activity actually on 70 centimetres. Everyone's on 23 as far as transmitters are concerned. In terms of the actual allocation, we've had some attacks at various times, and it continues in terms of commercials wanting to horn in on it. But we're very, very lucky that what's left is defence. And time again, the forces of evil have come in, and the defence have said, no, you can't have it. And that's that. So the defence of the realm is number one, and they have their say. So we're lucky that we're the secondary user of that frequency, and they're happy to have us there, defence, because they know that it would be easy for us to switch down. If the commercials came in, there'd be all sorts of reasons why they couldn't switch down very quickly. So that's the story on 70 centimetres. It's not something we want to publicise too much, really. But we are the secondary user against defence there, and defence are quite happy for us to be there. There's the Australian ATV repeaters, and we're using all of them tonight. So that's a bit historic, really. Melbourne repeater, we've got west array, which is basically looking this way, and that's in receive mode. We've got an east-southeast array, which is looking over that way, and then we've got another array looking down the Yarra Valley. So we've actually got receive antennas on 23 centimetres looking this way, looking that away, and looking that away. So we get a fair coverage of the metro area that way. In terms of transmit, we're transmitting on 70 centimetres, 70 centimetres, as I mentioned, and we get a long way with that, providing that people are reasonably well situated. Neil, how far away is 3GE? Yeah, about 70 kilometres, and well, he's very well placed, but you know, he just has a bit of string out and it works. And that's 70 kilometres away. Okay, get on TV is what this is about. If you want to get on analogue, there's probably a few kits around that people have bought and not built. There's a huge amount actually around somewhere. Analog sat receivers are becoming extremely scarce, so they're not something that you're going to find too much around. RTV has an analog input on 1283, only looking this way though, you know, to the metro area mainly. And just recently we had club member Andrew through KIS come up on analog, pretty good signal, almost noise free. If it's raining he's got a problem, but there again we've all got a problem if it rains on 23 centimetres. But he put up a pretty good signal and he actually did the broadcast on Wednesday night, and that was on analog. So he's doing pretty well. Mini kits, they've still got some kits if you want them on analog. That's actually a mini kits transmitter that I built a long time ago, and it's got a little soundboard there, it's got a little modulator in the middle, and there's a phase lock loop unit there as well, so it's not a bad unit, but it is analog. Relatively cheap though. There are also Comtech modules around, and that's what Andrew through KIS is using. They're pretty good. That's my Comtech unit, which is highly modified. The Comtech module there is in the middle, and I've added my own phase lock loop and a few other things there. But they're quite good. They're analog. That's Andrew's transmitter. It's got dual VFOs, and we did some surgery on it for him, and it's looking pretty good. Inside Andrew's transmitter, that's it there. He's got a receiver, he's got a transmitter, and he's got a phase lock loop unit. And if you want to buy them from the UK, that's the pounds that you've got to pay, but you'll probably find them around the place on eBay and other places. They do form a nice, neat unit, actually. I've got to say that. But they are analog, and that's actually the output from Andrew's unit without any video modulation there. So it's just the vision carrier, and the way in which the sound is mixed in, you get two lots. So you only need one, but you get two, and that's the way the mixing occurs in the simple little mixer there. But he's got stereo sound. He's got two channels there. So yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, just a little bit of digital stuff. We talk about symbol rate, which is basically the digital speed. For example, we're operating right now at 5 megasymbols per second. And if you want to work out the bandwidth that you're actually using in terms of how much allocation you're using, it's about 1.33 times the symbol rate. So we're talking about 7 megs we're using. And remember the analog, Andrew, when he comes up, he's using 18. Bang, that's it. When we come up on DVB-S, we're using 7. In the UK, they're using 1. They've actually reduced the symbol rate way down. And they're actually transmitting TV on 2 metres in the UK. Yeah, interesting stuff. Got my eye on 6 metres. We talk about FEC, forward error correction. And it's pretty easy. If you just imagine a digital system, it does have error correction. And you've got all these bits that you've got to work out whether you've got errors in. And if you select a 3/4 FEC, it simply means that if you're putting in 3 bits of information, and that's your information, the error corrections are going to cost you another bit. So you get 4 out for 3 in. And you've got to weigh up that against whether the signal gets flaky, whether there's dropouts, whatever. The more error correction that you put in, the less dropouts you're going to have, but you're going to pay a digital bill, which means your bandwidth's going to go out. So there's that sort of stuff with the FEC. As far as our transmitters are concerned, that's about all you've got to set. You've got to set the symbol rate on your transmitter, and you've got to set the FEC. And if you do that, RTV will be okay. We talk about MPEG, and you've probably heard about that. MPEG-2 is our standard definition stuff. MPEG-4 or H.264, that's up in the high definition type stuff. We are currently transmitting MPEG-2, so we're standard definition. There are some people in the United States and also in Australia who are experimenting with high definition stuff. But for us to do that right now would mean a lot of change. And when you look at our pictures that we get, they're pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. You get a camera like Ralph's got, and you put that into the system, and you go, oh yeah, I like that. I like your camera, Ralph. That's a picky straight off my TV. Sorry about that, Frank, but it looks good. Not a skerrick of noise anywhere. If there's any noise there, it's video noise that I created. Whereas back in the analogue days, well, you saw some of the early analogue days, but even when we got better than that, we were always struggling with the noise. So there isn't any anymore. I thought I'd just chuck in just a weeny bit of electrical theory for some. And for others, maybe we tend to forget. But if you take the wheel of a that is divided like that, and if you take one of those arrows and you rotate them at a constant rate, and then you project them across, you get a sinusoid. And we know that's the way in which the voltage rises and falls in our transmitters. Pretty fast, but that's the way it does. To draw a sinusoid is a bit painful. So sometimes we simply draw a vector, and that's just one axle of that wheel. And we understand that the wheel is rotating and it's generating the sinusoid. It's just a matter that it's easier for us to draw what's called a vector or a phasor to represent a sinusoid. So there's 2 vectors on the left, and on the right, that's what they represent. 2 sinusoids that have a different phase. So it's much, much easier just to draw those 2 vectors like that, and we understand that that's generating 2 voltages that are out of phase. One peaks before the next one, etc., by some amount. Why am I doing this? Well, we'll see in a sec. There's just 2 carriers, 45-degree phase shift. Now we'll put some vectors up. There's 4 vectors, 4 different ones, and we've allocated a binary code to each one of those. And what happens in our DVB-S transmitters is that the carriers simply change between one of those 4, that's it. And it's called QPSK, quadrature phase shift keying, and it's controlled by 2 binary digits. So we've got binary data being converted into a sinusoid with a certain phase. and there's only 4 of them. So the carrier can only be at one of those 4 phases at any one time, and it's shifting all the time. And I'm going to show you actually a dynamic example of that later, where you will see the transmitter and you'll see the QPSK display. It's called the Constellation, by the way. But keep in mind, that's 4 sinusoids, or if you like, 4 carriers that could be there. But what happens is that instantaneously it changes between any one of those 4 carriers, 4 phase shifts. So it's got this sinusoid that's phase shifting all the time, all over the place. And that's why you get so many sidebands, and that's why the signal looks so confused when you see it on a spectrum analyzer. You have to have a really good spectrum analyzer to actually sort out what's actually there in terms of what signals are there. So there's our constellation. We've got 2 bits per symbol. So we're transmitting 5 mega symbols per second, and there's 2 bits in a symbol, so that's 10 megabit per second. That's what we're doing, actually. And it's quadrature phase shift keying. That's what it looks like when you look at it on a spectrum analyzer, and we'll have a look at that actually shortly. And that's called the haystack. And you can see that it's a different shape to the DVB-T one, which was, you know, almost a straight square thing, where the sidebands, obviously with DVB-T, just finish very quickly, whereas with DVB-S, the sidebands that are generated taper off, and they form that haystack. And that's actually a picture on my spectrum analyzer at home of the DATV Express. And between Rob and I, we always amuse ourselves. There's actually a little birdie there, and a birdie is a signal that shouldn't be there. And you see that little thing sticking up there at the right? Well, that shouldn't be there, but it's pretty low level. But it is a birdie, and it's always there, isn't it, Rob? It's been there all the time. Doesn't make any difference. It's a long way down. Okay, we've got to generate these 4 phases, and it's really difficult to do that if you just sort of want to take sinusoids and shift them. So what we actually do is we divide the information up into what's called I and Q. You might remember from your graphs, it was the x-axis and there was the y-axis. Well, there's the I-axis and the Q-axis, and a certain dimension along the I-axis and a certain dimension along the Q-axis then comes to a point. And that point then is the actual phasor. So we could specify that quadrature up there by a certain I and a certain Q value. And that's what we do. We use a little chip. It's called an IQ modulator. So the binary data is arranged so that it's in that Cartesian, what's called that Cartesian form. And we feed it into an IQ modulator, and that then gives you that phase shift that's going all over the place, between 4 phases only. Want to get a bit more complicated? Well, that's 16 QAM. And here you've got 16 different phases, and you've also got 16 different amplitudes as well. Remember, each dot there actually represents a phasor. So the phases are actually changing in amplitude and also phase as well. So we've suddenly got a whole lot more complicated with this is actually the DVB-T standard that we use. And RTV and all the other ATV repeaters around Australia use DVB-T. Some are using QAM 16 and some are using QPSK actually. The advantage of using QPSK is that it goes further because it's simpler, and there's more energy in the signal, whereas with the DVB-T you're less. But in Melbourne, because we're so well place in terms of Mount Dandenong. We go a long way anyway. So what do you need for a DATV transmitter? You need an MPEG encoder because you've got to get the video, which comes out of the camera or out of a DVD player or a computer sometimes, and you've got to get it encoded. So you need an MPEG encoder. In fact, we've got one here that Clint provided for me. This is one of the ones from Germany. That's an MPEG encoder. Very expensive MPEG encoder, actually. But that's step number one. How you do that varies. And then you need the IQ modulator. And then you need some really good linear amplifiers, like really good. And I've given you an example there, sort of an 18-watt SSB linear that we might use. You probably get 2 or 3 watts out of it on DVB-T. So everything is really throttled back. But we can still get big power, but it takes more effort. Okay, getting on to ATV. Option 1 is the Digilite, and that was one that was the first one actually, and it was from the British Amateur TV Club, and they brought out a kit, and you needed a computer with a special card associated with that, which hasn't changed with a lot of them either, but it was the first effort. And I built one, and I sold it to John, 3DQ, so he's using it. And that's about the only Digilite that I know of around Melbourne that's there. But it was an option. So that's basically what's in the Digilite. You needed the TV card in the PC. It had an IQ modulator and some PAs in it. I'll move through this fairly quickly because the kit isn't available anymore. You might be able to find some kits around, but it's a bit historical. So I'll just go through that. Unfortunately, all of these are not available. That's actually mine on my chair that's in the ham shack before I boxed it. And there are all the bits that went together. There was a couple of mini kits, little amplifiers there included. So there was a fair bit to build. You had to populate most of that PCB, by the way. It was just PCB and bits. So yeah, it was interesting building it. And that's basically the front panel. Option number 2 is available from the British Amateur TV Club. You need to be a member to be able to buy it, but to be a member is only a few bucks anyway. But and I actually have one here. This one belongs to Dennis Sillett, 3 Whiskey Victor, who's up the back. Sorry, where are you? Where's Dennis go? There he is. Oh, it's Clint's. All right, that's it. Nice little fella. Basically video in there and RF out, but not much. You need a whole lot of amplifiers after that, and that's the fun. That's the fun part. You've got to build that stuff. But there's the basic exciter. I think it's fairly expensive. How much is it, Clint? About 450 pounds. So. Oh, yeah. But they work, and they work very well. So it is certainly a way, and one to consider. And there's still stuff to be done there. You won't get anywhere with that. That's only about a milliwatt or something out of that. You have to build up your PAs and other stuff. So that's fair enough. Oh, there it is. I've got it. -5 dBm. That's fairly modest. Yeah. Option 3, you can buy stuff from SR Systems in Germany, and that's really high quality stuff. RTV runs SR systems, so do quite a few of us around the place. We've got nothing left in our pockets after buying it, but it's quality stuff though, and the signals that come out of it are really spiffy. There's no doubt about that. That's what you buy basically. The MPEG encoder, and then you've got the IQ modulator and some other digital stuff. One of the things that's interesting about that, and we haven't explored that, you've actually got the digital stream available. There's a big connector there on the left, and on that stream is raw digital data. And there are some people that are mucking around with that and actually encoding that back and sending it through the internet and stuff like that. I haven't done that here, but it's possible. It's also possible to make a illegal repeater out of them. You can actually couple a receiver and a transmitter together at that digital level without anything in between, which is not legal in Australia. But I think they do it in Germany, in at least one repeater that I know of in Germany. There's no ID on it, no nothing. It's just straight through at the digital level. That's mine. That's the way I go about things. I tend to make things a bit modular, where Ralphie and others, Jack, Damien, have got these elegant boxes with lots of power amps in them, and you pick them up and you've got the lot. I tend to make little boxes and patch them all together, and that's why you've got all this mess up the front here. But anyway, I like to plug and play a bit. So that's mine, and all that's in there is the MPEG encoder, and then there's what's called the mini mod, which has got an IQ modulator in it, and a little PA, and it's about a milliwatt out of that, not very much. And then I feed it to another little PA you can see there up the top of the picture. And that little PA has a nice little directional coupler on it. So I just diode detected out of that. And I think I've got a pickaxe that looks at the voltage coming from there, and I've got a display at the front that tells me what levels I'm running and what the horrible inner mod is at that level. So I did that sort of out. And option 4 is the DATV Express, which we'll now concentrate on. And by far, that's the cheapest now. You can buy that for $300 US, and if you're in a hurry, the dollar's gone up. So yeah, it might be good. I bought mine when the dollar was, our dollar was about $1.20 or something, or whatever. It was really good. So I paid about $250 for mine. But it's one board, and that's it. And if you like, you can plug and play with that, but you do need something else to go with that board. But it's extremely versatile. And the guys that were behind this, there was 3 of them, two guys in the US and one guy in the UK, formed a little team together, and they developed this DATV Express, which was really taking the Digilite and going much, much, much further with it. The Digilite DVB-S, that's it. And this one, it's got the lot. You can do whatever you like with it. I'll show you shortly. Well, you can see immediately, you've got 70 megs through to 2.4 gigs. Whatever frequency you like, you know, in that range. You just dial it up, bang, it's there. So from that point of view, it's good. Look what it gives you. You can have DVS. You can have DVB-S2, which is high definition satellite. Or you can have DVB-T. They haven't done DVB-T2 yet, but they've certainly done DVB-T. So you can run DVB-S, you can run DVB-S2, and you can run DVB-T. What's more, you can have it narrowband, wideband, any band you like as well. So it's very, very versatile. But like the Digilite, there's some other stuff that's got to do some work. And you've either got to have a big PC or a normal PC running Linux, and with that special card in it that I skipped over with the Digilite. And sure, it runs fine, and I've certainly got that running at home. But then they all, the team, that is, realised that those cards are getting hard. They're old type cards, and everyone's computer's moving on, and you won't plug them. There won't be a bus for them anymore. So they thought maybe we better sort of revise this and see what we can do. So they tried their Raspberry Pi as an option, not powerful enough, and they tried quite a few options. And this was Charles Brain. I forget his call sign, but he's in the UK, and he's a bit of a software giver and a really nice guy. And he came across this Odroid, and pretty good. Tiny little thing, just down there behind me. And it did the job. It runs Ubuntu on it. So we've got this little thing. It's in a plastic box about that, about that. And when I fired it up first, it's got the equivalent of Microsoft Office on it, and you name it. It's got the lot. And it's all on this little thing. And you plug USB into it, basically. And he used that as part of the encoding that needs to take place. And you also need a MPEG encoder, and in this case I used a Hauppauge unit, which I'll show you in a sec, but it is actually down here, and that does the MPEG encoding. And then he went one step further and he said, okay, Ubuntu, people don't like that and whatever, I haven't got an Odroid, but I've got laptops and I've got Windows 10 and 8 and 7 and whatever. And he developed a system for Windows. So any PC running Windows now can be used. And I use a little Pipo. I haven't got it fired up yet, but that's it there. And it's a little mini PC, and it's running Windows 10, but any PC running Windows 10, and you need a video grabber. So a Windows 10 PC, video grabber, and the DATV Express, and you're in business. So suddenly it got a lot cheaper. So let's have a look at what we got here. That's inside my DATV Express board, my little box, and you can see there the DATV Express board itself. And then I've got a bandpass filter for 23 centimetres on that, a little homebrew thing. And the reason for it, there is absolutely no filtering out of that, out of the DATV Express, and that's common actually with most of them. They don't have any filtering. So yeah, we should put some filters there, but most of us don't, to be honest, because by the time you get through all our PAs and that, it's all okay. Certainly if I was going to try it down on 50 megs, or for the guys that were trying on 2 metres, they would get significant harmonics that would be quite objectionable. So yeah, they would need bandpass filters. And then there's just a little mini-kits amplifier. The PHA1 is a really good linear amplifier. It's only very small, it's a little mini kit, but it has a very high IP3, which means that it's very good as a linear amplifier. But it still distorts, and we're going to look at that package together on the spec and that's all we're going to run, and I'll show you that PA doing bad things shortly. So there's some costs. I use a wireless keyboard and mouse because it's convenient, and the Odroid's about $60 there, $70. The Hauppauge unit which is it's basically a little set-top box thing. It's a bit on the expensive side. And then you've got your PAs.
The 300 US for the rest of Australia, correct?
Beg your pardon?
The-
Yeah, sorry, that's 300 US.
And the others,
And the rest are Australian, yes. Yep. So it's 300 US for the DATV Express board, and the rest of the dollars are in Australian. Then, if you go to the little Pipo, or if you've got a laptop running Windows 10, we'll delete the $187 for the Pipo, and we're now looking at 300 US and maybe a keyboard and mouse, or maybe you don't need it because you've got that in the laptop, and suddenly we're looking at, well, 300 US now. What's that? Say 400 Australian, and another 120 for PAs, and that's getting relatively cheap as far as getting on ATV, and that's as cheap as it gets. So that's what I've got down here. You can't see it, but that's what's there. You can see the Hauppauge PVR there, which is basically a little weenie set-top box. You can see my DATV Express box, and the middle thing is the Odroid. This time I've got the Odroid sitting up on the top here. I don't know whether you can get on that, Ralph, but that's the Odroid there. And if I wanted to, I could connect the thing to a PA, which is here, and we run about 5 watts out of that, and that's all on a breadboard. So I just put that in the car and take it out of the car, and she's a goer. And that's the little Pipo running under the DATV Express with the, you can see the dongle. The dongle's about $15, by the way, cheap as dirt. That's what you get in terms of flexibility with the DATV Express. You can change all of the parameters to your heart's content. And you can go narrowband, wideband, upside down, whatever you like. You can control just about everything. You can control the RF level as well in steps, software controlled. So it's very, very handy from that point of view. If you want to, you can even put your own program on it. In other words, if you're transmitting, it'll have the program guide that you can put there, and that will appear as the electronic program guide on everyone's TV. So you can have VK3ER, broadcast tonight, whatever, on that if you wish. So it's got lots of stuff. I've got that set to DVB-T, and they're the things that you can set up. There's one more requirement for, or 2 more requirements for DVB-T in terms of setting it up. And that's how you set the frequency. You just put all those numbers in. That represents 1255 megahertz. And level 28, I'm not quite exactly sure what RF level that is, but by the time it goes through the PAs and that, I do know. In other words, I run from home about level 20, 25, quite ample through my amplifiers. But there you go, you've got a lot of control. Want to know more about the DATV Express? There's a website there, and all the information's there. You can download the manuals and you can have a look at it. I'm not suggesting that the others aren't options. Well, probably the Digilite isn't, because you might, the only way probably you'll be able to get a Digilite if you find someone who's got one. The bits aren't available anymore, so they're a goner. If you want a 70 centimetre repeater, or if you want to transmit on 70 centimetres, $300. DVB-T. It's designed for in a building, mount on a wall, and it probably feeds the cable to everyone's TV in a building. It's that sort of thing, but it's DVB-T. It puts out a damn good signal, Very, very nice looking picture. $300. Wish we had that some years ago when we were setting up RTV, and the other guys in the other states as well, because we paid lots of money, and one of those would have done the job for $300. But anyway, that's life. We paid probably about $1,500 for the same thing. So that's available. That's from Crystal Electronics. You'll find them. Just Google Crystal with a K, and about $300 for that. What else have we got here? PAs, couple from mini kits there, the little PHA1 up to about 20 milliwatts is quite good. And then you've got Mitsubishi modules you can buy. Again, kits from mini kits, they're very good. The W6 PQL kits from the US are extremely high quality, a little bit pricey, but by jingoes they're good. I bought one for 70 centimetres. It was a 500 watt unit for 70 centimetres. It's now operating RTV right now. And when I built it, I fired it up, took it up to 50 watts, no smoke, no arcs coming around the place. Okay, up to 100 watts, fine, dandy. 200 watts, not a problem. It was tame as tame as tame. Now, admittedly, I did have it boxed up and all that, but there was no propensity to take off, or, sort of radios over there didn't start jangling, or it was just really, really nice stuff. Now, it uses, in this particular case, and it would be really good for single sideband, no worries about that. It uses a dual FET, and best option is to get him to sweat it on to a heat spreader, which is a big block of copper, and then you can just assemble the PCBs and slide it onto the IC, which is the dual FET. And that's what I did. I got him to put the chip on the heat spreader, and then I built the rest. But it was damn as tame as tame as tame. You could take up to 500 watts, not a problem. He said to me, yep, 500 watts, not a problem at all. So it was really good. Roberto, again, extremely high quality kits, but ooh, wow, a bit on the expensive side. But if you have a look at these, and these might be of interest for other things, these are what he's touting for DVB-T, but look at the gains. Minus 17 dB in for 4 watts out. That's a huge amount of gain. Minus 8 dB in for 10 watts out. I mean, if you took one of these little exciters that I've just shown you, you'd have to put an attenuator in the line to drive those, but they are very pricey. You can see those in euros. Oh, I got approximate dollars there. Yeah, probably not too bad, really. But they are very high quality, no doubt about that. So, if they're good for DVB-T, single sideband, rock and roll. That's the PHA1 amp built in the box that you saw previously. It's a little weeny PCB. He uses the same PCB for a whole lot of different amps that you can build. So it's sort of like a universal PCB, and they're all very small surface mount stuff, but not very hard to make, really. And the way he makes it up, it works very well, providing you follow what he says. Not a problem. So that's in the little box that we're going to demo. Then you've got the PAs. That's simply a couple of the modules. The bottom one there, or the one on the right, was actually RTVs for probably 2 years or so. We ran that. That was actually a 70 watt module, and we got about 10 out of it on DVB-T. And we ran that for quite a while. But I emailed around the group and said, hey boys, reckon for about 150 bucks we can build this 500 watt thing, providing we can get some heat sinks and some fans and stuff like that. And Ralphie delved in his pocket and we bought these big fans which are running up there. And so yeah, we all dobbed in. And that's the way actually we've managed with RTV over the years. It's been some support from Amateur Radio Victoria and the Wireless Institute of Australia, that's absolutely recognised, and also from the Hillbillies. I call the Eastern Mountain District Radio Club the Hillbillies, actually, and those of you that have been in the club for a long time know what... Yeah, that's right. Know that it's Hillbillies, and the Hillbillies certainly have supported. But in the main, it's been the guys in the group. And what's the group? It's the Melbourne ATV group. Do we have a meeting? Never. Do we talk to each other? Often. So it's just a loose connection between a whole lot of guys. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys here. Yep, 7. And 8. And that's the that's the Melbourne ATV group. And I know that if something goes wrong up there, I'll email the guys and say, oh boys, I need some money. And everyone chips in. So that's how it works. No meetings, no minutes, no records. Well, actually, I do have records. I keep the receipts. I keep the receipts. But for the other guys in the other states, that's how we've worked for a very, very long time. It's just been a group of friends and we've operated together. And we welcome anyone else that wants to join the group. There's no fees to join the group. What do you need to join the group? Emma, you've made the first step. You've got a receiver. Okay, there are some other options. These are a bit pricey, I guess. They're fairly high quality, and the Americans are messing around with these, mainly because you can get down to narrow bandwidths. If you use a standard set-top box like Emma's just got, or you buy, or your TV, your normal TVs, you've got 2 bandwidths really. You've got 7 megs and 6 megs, and that's it. And you're stuck with that. And that's normally what commercial TV is anyway, so there's no problem. But for the amateurs that want to, or have to, experiment with narrowband stuff, certainly in Europe and in England, they are not as well endowed as we are here in terms of frequency spectrum, and the US particularly. So we're very lucky, and we need to work hard to remain very lucky. So they've had to opt for narrow bandwidths, and they're doing some nice experiments with this narrow bandwidth stuff. So the Hyde stuff, that's the advantage of it. There's even a little USB stick for the Hydes if you want. That'll go in your PC. So part of the stuff's PC. It's a bit like the usual TV dongles that you can buy for normal TV. But look at the frequency spread there. You've got 50 to 950 megs and 1200 to 1315 megs. There's a couple of options. And if you look on the Hyde's website, there are other options. Okay, just chatting quickly about receiving, and I think probably we've all got plenty of experience now with receiving digital TV, and we know that you get to the point where suddenly the picture isn't there. Whereas in the old days you'd be mucking around with the rabbit's ears or whatever, and you'd get better picture, no better picture, etc. So it was a gradual thing, and we now pretty well understand about the digital cliff that occurs with digital. You want to receive on 70 centimetres? If you're this side of Melbourne and you're reasonably placed, and I've got to say this particular location is not all that good for RTV. It's actually down off the hill and it's looking into a lot of dirt. Originally when I heard that the hillbillies were going to try to establish a TV station here, I thought, oh, gee, I don't think that's going to happen. But there it is. You don't know until you try. Put up a nice antenna there and a bit of grunt down below, and there it is. Shouldn't happen, but it did. Maybe it's knife edge diffraction or something, I don't know. So you never know. By the way, that's a Minikit's 70 centimetre preamp, which you might need if you're the other side of Melbourne, like Neil. He's a fair way away. Yeah, it's a single FET thing, and it works very. I built one that, look, all the Minikit stuff works really well. So these are quite applicable for other applications other than TV. So for $27, that's a good thing, and the kits they work very well. Blank there. Try that one. I just picked that one up yesterday. That's the new Hides receiver. Again, it's a bit pricey. Keep in mind, it's a box about yay by yay, but yeah, it's pretty small, at $269 US. But it's got that ability for 2.5 megs through to 8 meg bandwidth possibility. So that's where the Yanks like it, because they've got real problems in terms of getting some allocation. So they're down in the narrow bandwidth stuff. When my friends in the US heard that we were running 5 mega symbols, they go, oh my God, you're kidding. They're down at 2 or something like that. Again, I guess I'm doing a bit of a plug for Minikits, but it's probably the only real option that you've got. That one's a 23 centimetre preamp, and again, equally applicable for any other application that you like on 23 centimetres. It works gangbusters. It's got about, I think that one's got 25 dB gain, something like that. It's pretty good. Might be even a bit more. So, yep, if you need a preamp on 23 centimetres, there's a Minikits one. Or you might like to build your own, sort of out of a kit, and it's still available from the British Amateur TV Club. And it's called the Mini Tuner. And this is the one that runs the French utility that I'll show you shortly. And my Mini Tuner is right down here. There it is. It's in a little box from JCar. And the bits you get from the British Amateur TV Club, and they are still available. So it's a DVB-S receiver, but it works in conjunction with your PC. And it's got this really neat software utility, which I'm sure you'll all like. Because you'll see the constellation, the real constellation, the way it really is. And it isn't quite what I showed you. That's inside it. You get the tuner as a unit, and you get the little serial module as a unit. The rest you've got to put together. There's not all that much left, actually, in the PCB. But all of those are available from the British Amateur TV Club. I'm not sure whether you've got to be a member or not to buy those, but again, to be a member of the BATC is not all that expensive. Yeah, pretty low. So look, it works well, and you'll see it. That's the utility. I'll drop that off because I'm going to show you a dynamic one. Just to finish off, at the other end of the spectrum, you need some antennas. And any good 70 centimetre beam will do you for receiving RTV and receiving 70 centimetres. There's certainly a history to the one that is here. And that's actually one of 4 that's up Mount Dandenong right now, and that's carrying the 100 watts from the W6 PQL PA. So there's 4 of those looking in 4 different directions, and this one was one of the models that I developed, I think it was last year or the year before. It was last year, Bob, right? And we bent up many folded dipoles, and I've got lots of them hanging in my shack but yeah, this one worked. No. We finally got there. Nice big thick diameter elements relative to the frequency, and that's for bandwidth. So the thicker you make those, the wider the bandwidth. You suffer gain for that, but we want somewhere between gain and bandwidth, sort of that sort of stuff. And then we have, I don't know whether you can get in on that, Rob. Can you get in on the small little thing that's in the middle there? Got it? Okay, well, I got to the point where I was measuring my VSWR because that's all I could. Oh no, I could measure return loss. I was measuring that in the backyard, and it was not great. And I tried everything with the folded dipoles, so I reverted to Luno down here. And Luno has this wonderful box that you plug your thing in, and he twiddles a few knobs on the PC, and suddenly it gives you the series impedance that it's looking into. Wonderful thing. So you know exactly where you are. You're not mucking around sort of. And he gave me, I think the impedance was something like 45 plus J something. And plus J means it was inductive, a little bit inductive. So it needed a capacitor. And I worked out how much capacitance that was at 70 centimetres, and it was half a puff or something. I thought, holy smokes, how am I going to generate half a puff? So that's how I did. Just 2 little bits of brass. And how did I work out whether it was right or not? I simply squeezed them a bit, watch return loss, better, pull them out a bit, better, and got it really good. So thank you, Luno. I could very well get to your box again sometime. It's a wonderful device because it measures impedances up to what frequency, Luno? 1.3 gigs. So it will tell you the input impedance of your antenna up to 1.3 gigs, so you know exactly where you are and what you've got to do to get it to where you want it to be. And that's what I did, and it worked gangbusters. Thank you. For antennas, you probably can't go past your standard Yagi, and there's plenty of software there for you to design that. And if you're in the Hillbilly Club, you can drop down below, and there's a wonderful workshop where you can actually make it. And that's where I did most of the drilling and hacking and swearing. So that's just the same thing. As far as transmitting is concerned, you have to be a little serious, and you can't go past these loop Yagis. And most of you have had a look at this one that's up the front here. You'll find this design in the ARRL handbook, and there is also a software package to tell you where these elements have got to be and how long they've got to be. And it's a very simple process. You just get a beer can, or in my case, I've got a Vegemite jar, and you simply bend the aluminium strips around, and you've already pre-drilled the holes either end to the required length, and you get the required length pretty well spot on. And they do vary a little bit. As you get down here, they're the same diameter, but up here they vary a little bit. To actually tune these, all you do is squash. There's the driven element there. Most of you can see that one there that's got the coax on it, which is a bit of hard line through there. And you simply squash it down into an ellipse and then measure your VSWR, and you find that you get it down extremely low. I just built one for a friend, a bit longer than this, about twice as long as this actually. And I was a bit worried. I don't know why I was worried, but I was. And I said to Luno, I might have to come down, mate. And but I was wrong. It was just so tame. the return loss was, pretty average. You give it a bit of a squash, and bang, got it down to where the needle wasn't moving, sort of. So it worked really well. So for an antenna that's operating at such a high frequency, it's a great option. Well, you're looking at probably 12 to 15 out of that. And I have measured this in a field with a field strength meter, etc. So it's pretty good. And they're also extremely. I don't know anyone who's built one that hasn't worked. It's sort of they're just like that, and it's very easy at 23 centimetres to build an antenna that doesn't work. But these ones seem to be very, very tolerant. I think because you've got this long loop, you see, and it's fairly long, so therefore a little bit of mismeasurement means not too much. Whereas if you've got something like this, which is a 4 element, then you've got to get these dimensions pretty right. Now, what have I used this one for? Well, Neil knows about this one. I'm a pilot, and of course what pilots do is fly around the place, and I had an ATV transmitter in the back seat and a friend, and the friend was poking that out the window, and Neil was receiving it, and he watched me all the way down to the piano keys at Essendon. And then we went off again. I don't know whether... Did you pick me up again after that? Yeah, well, you did. Yeah. So that's what that one was for. So, but it's just a little model antenna, really. I've used it for teaching purposes because they're pretty easy to make, and there's a little printed circuit board bail in there. I mean, you're not going to transmit too far with that, but just for mucking around, it's good. And also, if you're in an aircraft at 2,500 feet, you're going to go a long way. No trouble. I was worried that he was going to point it at the back of my head, but I don't think he did. Okay. So we've done the loops. For a transmit antenna, they also work extremely well. They're a good pack. You'll see one here. For those of you that are visitors, there's one up there, and many of us are using those, and they work extremely well. Unfortunately, they're not available, but probably if you contacted radio specialists, they'd get them in again. Yeah, they're about $170, but certainly a very simple antenna. Basically, it's a dipole in front of a good reflector, so there's not a lot to go wrong with them, really, and they work extremely well. What's happening in the latest? Well, I've told you about the narrowband stuff that's happening in the UK and also the US. Qatar has launched a geostationary ATV satellite, and there's also another one coming up at the end of the year, but unfortunately they're all in the northern hemisphere. But they're just a picture of what's to come. These are geostationary satellites that you can transmit your TV picture to, and back she comes. So whether we get one in the southern hemisphere in the near future is probably doubtful, but one you never know. And also the Wireless Institute, the Wireless Institute is removing some bandwidth restrictions, and I'm certainly urging that they loosen up or apply to the ACMA to loosen up on the bandwidth restrictions on 6 metres. Now, if you think of 6 metres, there's a bottom segment of a few hundred kilohertz that everyone uses, and there's a couple of repeaters here and there, but that's about it. So a 2 meg slice of that, and say that's for digital experiments. It doesn't have to be TV, could be high-speed data or whatever, but digital experiments, 2 megs on 6 metres, maybe not a hope on 2 metres here. We're just so chock-a-block on 2 metres that, wouldn't be a thing. But maybe 6 metres might happen. And the DATV Express, while it said 70 megs, I've had it down on 50 megs, but not really transmitting anywhere other than just across my shack. And the International Space Station has an SR Systems transmitter that you can receive. And ARIS contacts are using this. The downlink frequencies there on 2.4 gigs. You need a fairly respectable sort of receive system and a tracking antenna. And I don't know anyone in Victoria that set them up. I know Ralph had a look at the cost of doing it, and how much was it, Ralph? Yeah, about 3,000 or something like that. So, it was a fair ask. So, none of us here at this stage have them, but in the Northern Hemisphere, there's a few stations that are able to take the signal and maybe put it on YouTube or stream it or whatever. So, unfortunately, they don't use sound downlink. So you've got this vision that's happening, and the lips are moving, and then you get the sound later. I'm not sure why they're not transmitting sound at the same time, but Jack, you... Oh, a VK4 has a tracking antenna? Right, okay. Okay, we're up the point again, folks. I hope I haven't been too long, but that's my portable system, and what we're probably going to do now is do some stuff with it. So let's just go back one. Oh, no, we're going to need to change some stuff and fire up. Okay. That needs to be on. The Odroid needs to... So the little Odroid there should be booting up. We'll go to HDMI. There we are. That's the little Odroid microcomputer or mini computer, whatever. It's not a mini computer, it's a microcomputer. It's booting up. And we've got a blank screen. Why have we got a blank screen? Ah, there we go. And that's L-Ubuntu. In other words, light Ubuntu running. And if you want to, you can write your letters on it and do your Excel spreadsheets and all that sort of stuff. But there's that utility up there called the DATV Express. And for those of you that can see, you'll see my DATV Express down here has got 4 LEDs together. When they start blinking and one of them off, we're good. So let's boot it up and see what we can do. Okay, we're running. I know we're running because I can see the transmit queue running. And that's a buffer of digital data. The other thing I can see is I've got my phase lock loop LED is on, which means frequency is locked. That one is only if I'm uploading, and this one's saying good things. So I know we're actually running, but we're running in receive mode. To get into transmit mode, all we've got to do is, what do? Transmit, press to talk. So we go press to talk. And there's the haystack. So we're going straight into, from my DATV Express system, straight into Rob's spectrum analyzer, which I'm using as an expensive dummy load. And there's the haystack. And it looks fairly good. There's no nasties there. You'll probably see that little birdie come up, but apart from that, it looks very nice. And we're running at a input level of number 20. And you can see here down here, we're running an FEC of 3 on 4, We're running 5 megasymbols, and we've got an audio bit rate there of 192, and our frequency is 1255 megahertz. All of that's changeable. For example, if we go to mode, we can change it to DVB-T if we wish, or we can change it to DVB-S2, which is the high definition standard. So we've got that option. That there is where we set the code rate for DVB-S, and similarly along here, there's all the stuff for DVB-T. That one's not there. We can have a million symbol rates. We've got it set at 5 megasymbols. The rest were just simply what the defaults were when I got it, but you can set it to whatever you like. So you can have it 1 megasymbol or 2 or whatever. So it's very versatile. No, you've got to sort of go apply, and sometimes you've got to restart the utility, yeah. Okay, we'll go to TX, and there we've got a frequency of 1255 and a whole lot of noughts. That's 1255 megahertz, and we're transmitting on level 20, which is good. That's just some digital stuff. Those numbers actually are pretty well standard. They're numbers for the packets. We're dealing with packet stuff, and we've got digital packets and we've got audio packets, all being transmitted. What have we got here? Ah, there we go. That would come up on your TV set if you were receiving me. So you know who I am, who's the service, etc. And as well as that, there's the electronic program guide, which you would get on your TV set. I'm saying, okay, it's an amateur radio thing, it's going to go for an hour. Well, we've probably gone a bit more than that. Oh, Jesus. Am I boring you? Are we good? Okay. Didn't think I could talk that much. Okay, anyway, there we are. And the last one there is what encoder you want to use as a video capture device. And I'm using this little Hauppauge unit down here, but there are other ones. So you can see it's fairly versatile. Let's go back to transmit. Now remember, we're running out of the DATV Express board and then into that Minikits PHA1 amp, which he says is 100 milliwatts, I think, but that's SSB think, right? So let's just up the power a little bit and see what happens. Here we go, Rob. We'll blow up your spectrum analyzer. Okay, we'll go to, say, level 30. Just for example. Apply. That should work. Yep, there we go. Spectrum analyzer jumped up a little bit. So we've got bigger signal. And the haystack's still there. By the way, that haystack is about 7 megs. That's your that's your 1.33 times the 5. So there's your 7 meg channel, and we're using. There's lots of sidebands in there that we're using. Okay, that's level 30. Let's go to level 35. We'll apply that. Okay, looking pretty good. So we've gone from level 20 to level 35. Sweet as, okay. Let's go to level 40. Apply. Whoa! Just 5 more steps. Look what happened. We've doubled the bandwidth. We're in somebody else's channel here.
Get out.
Oh, Jesus, Bob. And somebody else's channel here. So just like that, bang, all of a sudden, whoop. And that's intermodulation distortion. And really, that's the true test of a linear amplifier. If you can put all of the signals are there, and there's a huge amount, and not get any stuff here, it's a linear amp. Now, if it's a single sideband amp, what you do is you put in 2 tones into your transmitter. And you need a spec amp to do this, and you'll see two carriers. And you'll jack up, and you'll see 2 carriers. And you'll jack up, and suddenly you see another carrier up here and here. And you jack up a little bit more, and you'll see another one there, another one there, another one there, and you'll see a whole lot of carriers start to rise. And they are the intermodulation distortion, the fact that the amplifiers are not linear. In other words, double the input, double the output. Triple the input, triple the output. Quadruple the input, output only goes up 3.5 times. Whoa, it's called compression. But you can see it very clearly. If that was single sideband, you'd call it splatter. You're splattering all over the place. So, yeah, we're not running very much power there. What are we doing there? It's just nearly a milliwatt at the top. So you can see how with digital, you're going to need a series of these amps, and they've got to be all throttled back so that you get some power. But you need a few. So let's just go back to the 35. And apply that. Okay, we're looking pretty good. Now I'm going to switch on my mini tuner and connect my transmitter, which is only running less than a milliwatt, don't forget. So the guys in the front aren't going to get burnt or anything like that. I'll take away Rob's dummy load. Just use that. That'll be right. Okay, I should have not done that. Let's escape out of that. Right, okay, I know that. I'll get it there in a sec. Right, okay. There we go. And there's the constellation. Clearly, we don't have exactly the theory. Because there's little yellow dots everywhere, that means the signal is actually changing in amplitude a bit. If it wasn't, you'd only get 1 dot for each of the quadrants. But it's also changing in phase a little bit, all of them. But I can tell you that's a good constellation. There's no problems at all. The other thing, you've got lots of stuff with this little software thing. You've got your RF power, received RF power in dBm. The third from the left. You've also got the most important digital information. It's the MER, and that's the modulation error rate. And that needs to be big, and we've pinned the needle, which is really good. We've also got some other stuff that's related to noise, but we haven't got any noise, so it's not showing any. There's also a whole lot of stuff there. You can have a look at all the error correction. You can change the frequencies. If you look up the top left-hand side there, I've got 1255, 1246, 1278, 1287. They're the 4 23 centimetre channels, all there. Ready? To use this in the field, it runs on 12 volts, by the way. To use it in the field, to be honest, you'd need a preamp in front of it. But that's it. Okay. So we're seeing a really good picture, and the constellation, I'm telling you, is pretty good. We've just got dots everywhere. Yes.
I don't understand that modulation error rate. Why does that have to be high? I would have thought you want error rate to be low.
It's a bit like return loss.
Oh.
Yeah, big number is good. Yeah. Okay, let's fire up a camera. I've got my camera here, which is connected to the encoder. So we can be out portable. We can be looking at everyone's picture and telling them what their MER is and all that sort of stuff, and feeding it back. Damien had a look at this once back a little while ago, and he went, "Oh my God, I don't want to know." But yeah, it's interesting to look at other people's pictures, and I have looked at your pictures, fellas. Yeah. Okay. We can actually use this also to have a look at the picture. I've just got to do this and get rid of that. I've got to bring up VLC. And go there and open the network stream. I haven't got the audio on because you only get feedback. But there we are. That's also, as well as having the utility there, it is also a receiver. So in terms of my portable setup, just that board that you see there and the mini tuner, and a preamp in front of the mini tuner, and you not only can see the signal strengths and MERs and constellations and all that, but you can also see the pictures as well. So it's not a bad little utility, this one, the mini tuner. It didn't cost that much to build either. Bit of fun. Okay. Let's get our pipo running. We've finished with that. We don't want to see my backside anymore. Let's get rid of that. Unfortunately, we haven't got a HDMI feed for this, which is what we need, and the feed at the back is a bit tenuous. We don't want to move it. So if you just bear with me, what I need to do here is take that out of there, because we don't need that anymore. What do I need to do with this one? Needs to be, yes. Okay. If you can, Jack, the answer is yes. Without wrecking stuff.
So you just need to know HDMI lead to replace that one, do you? That's the one you're
Yes.
replacing?
Yes, and it's got to go into the back of the pipo here. This TV set can actually come down there, Jack, because we're not using it at all. Just watch that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oops, oh, hang on, oops.
I've got to get a HDMI lead just a minute.
Okay. This is amateur TV, folks, not professional. Yeah, it's that HDMI there, Jack. Got it? Good. Now it's this one here.
You're on.
Oh, okay. Excellent. My camera's telling me it's going to switch off. That's okay. Now let me just sort out leads here. We want that to go into here. Okay, oh that's good, Jack, thanks. That's the little Pipo which we've got here, which is the little micro TV, TC, and I've got the very cheap dongle. Now I've got to admit this doesn't work as well as the Odroid, but it does work. Okay, I think we're good. Let's where to put the Odroid? Odroid's there. There's what I'm looking for. Okay, that should make things a bit easier. Let's see, here we go. Yep. Not sure why that's running back to front, but it's good. Okay, this is very similar. We can run this perhaps back into Rob's dummy load, maybe. Ooh. Okay, there's just a little utility here which is not as good as the one for the Odroid, but it's still not bad. I'm looking for that. There you are. It's this little utility here. Okay, why not? Good there. Got to do a reboot. Sorry about that, folks. What I booted up there was the mini tuner. I've got the mini tuner on that one as well. We need a different utility. So we'll just stand by and we'll do a quick reboot. Okay, we're coming. Okay, let's see if I get the right utility this time. Now keep in mind this time, I'm only using the DATV Express and the little Pipo and that $15 dongle. So let's see what we can do here. We don't want PC backup, none of that. And we don't want that either. What I want is, there it is up the top, that one. Quick reboot here. Okay, that's looking okay, I think. And you can see the utility is somewhat similar to the previous one, but not as versatile. But keep in mind, we're just running off the Pipo. So, what have we got here? Okay, there we are. There's the DVB-S signal. It's fairly low level. We could adjust that up if we wish. But that's just the simple little utility that you use. So I'm just using the Pipo, runs on 12 volts, DATV Express, and the simple dongle. And I could show you the fact that it's receiving okay, but you can see it transmitting okay on the Spetan, and the pictures look very similar to what we've seen before. So that's the other option in terms of operating digital TV. And we're just about at the end. So thanks for coming, folks, and a big thanks to you guys, Interstate. Thanks. Cheers. I think it's coffee time, isn't it? Or something.
Could I just take a quick moment on behalf of the club and all of the people who've been watching this evening to say what a terrific time we've had and how much we've learned. In fact, unfortunately, Peter's just given me more questions rather than answers. But I know around me I've heard a lot of, oh yes, So the noises from behind me have been good, and I've been receiving texts from people elsewhere watching what's been going on.
But now you can watch what's going on TV.
I know, it's amazing. So can we thank Peter and Ralph and Damien and Jack again for their fantastic efforts this evening. And now,
Yeah. We made it. Oh. Oh, I probably exhausted everyone. Yes. Viewers, if you, yes, we have one locally.
Yeah, how are you streaming the video signal from the camera through the O-Droid? What's the connection there? And how is that feeding to the DATV Express?
You've got, you've got a little video dongle here. We're wondering how the video signal gets through to the Pipo and to the O-Droid. In the case of the O-Droid, it's that little box there, which is a small set-top box that does the MPEG encoding. So the camera goes into that. In the case of the Pipo, the camera goes in here. And the Pipo does some of the encoding, and then it transfers a data stream into the DATV Express, which is still running.
So is that like a network video stream? How's
No.
the video stream getting into the DATV Express?
Serially.
Serially?
Yes. Yep. It's just a USB cable.
Okay.
Yep. Anything else? I think we're dumbfounded or done. Okay. Oh, yeah. You don't know anything about TV. The same. The same? Yes. Yeah. If you run QPSK, it's exactly the same. So you can run HD QPSK if you want to, but there's some advantages of running, higher bit rates, etc. With most of them are QAM 16, QAM 32. Oh yeah, it gets more complex.
Did you see any difference on the haystack between standard and high definition?
No. Yeah.
It just looks the same.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I mean, what's under the haystack? Who knows? Sort of that's the thing. Yeah, no, it looks the same. And the DVB-T looks the same. Standard definition DVB-T or high definition DVB-T, you still get that Bart's head sort of look on the thing. Yeah.
The only way you detect it
I've got a mini tuner now, and all the guys know that I've got it. I can look at their pickies and say, "Oh, he's overdriving." I think we've got Andrew. We've got a lottery to draw, or Jack's got some.
I don't know. Does this mic work? Yeah, Peter,
Yep.
I just got an SMS from VK5DMC, and he's Dave from Port Pirie, and he's thanking you very much for the excellent presentation that you put on tonight.
Oh, thanks, Jack.
I've
Yeah.
received probably about 12 or 14 SMSs from all over Australia that have been viewing tonight, mostly
Excellent.
before the presentation, to tell me that it was that they were listening or watching, I should say. So if anyone else has got any thing, they can send me an SMS to that number that was read out before, 0408 037 065, and we'll put your thanks through to Peter. Okay.
Okay, over to Andrew. Oh,
You get to draw them.
okay.
So 3, the prizes are over behind Damien.
We have 2, I think. Is it 2? No,
I
it's one.
folded them in half, so.
Take that one. Oh, no, it's 1. It's purple, Bravo 006. Bravo 006. No? Okay.
It's me.
Oh,
Rigged.
all right, let's do another one. Okay, here's one. This one is purple, Bravo 022.
002. No, 0.
022? You got it? I think it's over there with Damien. Shut up. It works.
Third one.
Okay, one more. Okay, got that one. Purple, Bravo 063. There's 063.
It's over here.
Oh, got it over
We need
here.
one more.
Oh, one more. We've got heaps.
63.
And Bravo 054. Okay, redraw. Very generous. Whoops, we'll take the top one. That's Bravo. Oh, Bravo 001. Hey, there you go.
So thank you again, Peter. Thank you, the watchers. There was 57 on YouTube at one stage that I saw. So if you want more information on the club, emdrc.com.au. We just got walked across. And you can find us on Facebook if you search facebook.com/VK3ER. So thank you. And we're open tomorrow morning from 10 if you want to come down to the club. The Cranbourne Handfest is on. Yeah, coffee's bubbling away. Have fun. Thank you.
Your PC don't respond.
Hello.